This game features the visiting North Park University Vikings facing off against your Elmhurst University Blue Jays. Elmhurst University is UCLA, a college conference of Illinois and Wisconsin, promotes good sporting behavior by student athletes, coaches, and fans. We request your cooperation in supporting the student athletes and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, derogatory comments, and other intimidating acts directed at student athletes, officials, team representatives, or other fans will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal. We appreciate your cooperation in creating a safe and positive game environment. Respect is the name of the game. Before we begin today's contest, we ask that you please stand for the rolling enable and face the flag next to the scoreboard for the playing of our national anthem. Let's meet today's starting lineup. First, for the visiting Vikings. Leading off, right field, number 1, Joe Corona. Batting second, second base, number 12, Rylan Kawakami. Batting third, center field, number 3, Alex Savita. Batting cleanup, catcher, number 26, Ren Matsuzaki. Batting fifth, first base, number 19, Enzo Bertucci. Batting sixth, designated hitter, 36, Nate Sommerfeld. Batting seventh, shortstop, number 4, Reese Arakaki. Batting eighth, left field, number 17, Vinny Marbucci. Batting ninth, third base, number 15, Riley Judson. On the mound for the Vikings, number 13, Brandon Ladoff. Head coach for the Vikings is Luke Johnson. Now, the starting lineup for your Elmhurst University Blue Jays. Leading off shortstop, number 99, Barrett Cruz. Batting second, left field, 33, Tommy Wicker. Batting third, first base, number 21, Rob Smith. Batting cleanup, right field, number 4, Evan Johnson. Batting fifth, designated hitter, number 10, Matt Conrad. Batting sixth, second base, number 7, Javier Cervantes. Batting seventh, third base, number 8, Helton Key. Batting eighth, catcher, number 5, Eric Lockwood. Batting ninth, center fielder, number 1, Don Gibbons. On the mound for the Jays, number 77, Carlos Smith. Blue Jays led by assistant coaches Matt Hyden, Corey Brewer, Bob Iron, John Rasmussen, and Eric Alvalo. Head coach of the Blue Jays in the second season, Coach Joe Heller.
Welcome in, everyone, to Butterfield Park for some Elmhurst University baseball here on this beautiful Friday afternoon. A little bit overcast, but perfect temperature. Finally, a somewhat warm day here in Illinois. Dawson Wells with you for this Friday afternoon action between the Elmhurst Blue Jays and the North Park Vikings. Both these teams coming in with a losing record on the year. North Park 9-16 so far this year, but in conference 5-4. Elmhurst, not too much better. 8-21 overall, 2-9 in conference, and they look to Charlie Smith, their starting pitcher, to get it going. The first pitch bounced in there. Start off the game. Joe Perona up for the Vikings. Playing right field today for North Park. The 1-0 sent down the right field line, foul. 1-1 on Perona. Hitting .388 so far. This is 25th start and appearance. The 1-1 from Smith. Shot into left field, past Wickers. Perona digging around second. He's going to be held at 2, but a leadoff double for Joe Perona. That's Perona's 5th double on the year. Wickers just couldn't get there in time and underran it. Got all the way to the wall, allowed Perona for the 2. Bagger. Smith's 9th start of the season. Coming in at a 7.82 ERA. Takes on the righty, Kawakami. Starts him off with the ball. Rylan Kawakami, junior out of Honolulu, Hawaii. And 287 here in the 2-hole. Playing second base today for the Vikings. Ball 2 to Kawakami. Early runner on second, leadoff double for Perona. Puts a runner in scoring position already here this afternoon. Kawakami takes that one for a strike, 2-1. Kawakami 17 RBIs on the season, 2-1. Good take from the junior. 3-1. North Park looking to strike quickly against Smith. (3-1). Too high and a walk. The first 2 hitters for the Vikings reaching base safely. Walk in that situation, not necessarily the worst thing. Creates a force at all bases, but 2 early base runners and no outs here in the top of the first inning for North Park. Brings up Alex DeVito. Runner takes off for third. Throw in time, and he's safe around the tag. Look like the throw beat Perona over at third, but didn't see the tag applied, so he's safe. Stolen base for Joe Perona. So first and third, no outs here in the top of the first. Still 0-0 for Alex DeVito, who leads this team in slugging and sends a high shot out into center field. Nieves coming on. Perona fakes the tag, doesn't go. Exactly what Elmhurst needed in that situation to get their first out. Now sets up the double play. It's Kawakami at second. Brings up Ryan Matsuzaki, hitting .347 for North Park. Leads this team's in home run and slugging .600 so far this year. Runner takes off from first. The throw down to first. In time. Out at 2. And Kawakami gunned down for the second out of the inning. And Charlie Smith is 1 out away from working out of a leadoff double and walk. One fouled away. Kawakami, the runner, gunned down there. Has stolen 12 bases so far this season. Now on 16 attempts. His 4th time caught stealing. The 1-1 to Matsuzaki. Shot shallow into left field. It's going to drop fair. And North Park's going to score its first run of the game on a well-placed RBI single from Matsuzaki. Brings up Enzo Bertucci, making his 14th start on the year, hitting .236 for North Park. First pitch too high, ball 1. Bertucci, a junior from North Palm Beach, Florida. Went to Aurora University before transferring to North Park. Pickoff attempt at first. Matsuzaki just back in time. That RBI for Matsuzaki is 26th on the year. He's all Vikings in that category. 1-1 bounced in there. 2-1 on Bertucci. Excuse me, 1-1 on Bertucci. Another bounced in there. Matsuzaki doesn't take off. Not a real threat to run, only 2 stolen bases so far over at first base. Smith kicks, fires too high. Ball 4 to Bertucci on 4 pitches. Two walks already in the inning for Charlie Smith, and pitching coach for the Blue Jays comes out. The runners on first and second here in the top of the first inning. North Park already with a 1-run lead, looking to add more. Brings up Nate Summerfield, batting .229 in his 26th start of the year for the Vikings. And he gets hit by the first pitch to load the bases. So 2 walks and a hit by pitch from Smith here in the first. Loads the bases here with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Brings up Reese Ariaki, hitting .224 for North Park. Takes the first pitch high. 1-0 from Smith. And they're off the glove. Runner takes off for home. And out at home. So that ends the inning. Matsuzaki trying to steal home, gunned down for the third out of the inning. North Park takes an early 1-0 lead here in the top of the first from Butterfield Park. We'll be right back for the bottom. Back here at Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells with you. North Park already up 1-0 here to start this game. But Elmhurst, we're going to strike back here early, and it's Brandon Lydahl for the Vikings. Made his 8th start of the year. 3.81 ERA for Lydahl. Junior out of Joliet, Illinois, went to Plainfield Central. He's going to take on Brett Veracruz for the Blue Jays to lead off the bottom of the first. First pitch in there for a strike on Veracruz. .259 hitter so far this year. Shortstop making his 29th start of the year. Taking high, ball one. Cruz, a freshman from Lombard. Second in appearances right behind Rock Smith for the Blue Jays. Swings and misses at strike two. Light off. 1-2, kicks, fires, fouled away. Light off leads this North Park Vikings team in strikeouts. 37 in 35 in a third innings. Just over one an inning for the junior. Looking for his first of the afternoon. The 1-2. Foul the way, and Maricruz battling here with 2 strikes. Maricruz doesn't strike out very often. Only 13 strikeouts on the year. Knows how to put contact on the ball, and does so here. Sends this out deep center field, but in play and caught by DeVito. Brings up Tommy Wickers, playing left field today for the Blue Jays. Second on the team in batting average at .379. And get things started for the Blue Jays, down 1-0 here in the top of the first inning. Sends a shot right back to the light bulb. Knocks it down and makes the play out 1. Great play by the junior for out number 2. Brings up Rock Smith, who been killing the ball so far this season, batting .400, but with a slugging percentage of .652. Knows how to hammer the ball, and with the wind blowing straight out here this afternoon here at Butterfield Park, opportunity for a lot of runs. The 0-0. Swinging, foul away for strike 1. Smith leads this team in RBIs, tied for home runs, lead for triples. Leads them in batting average, slugging, second and on base. Give me a pitch clock on Leipold. So 1-1 on Smith. The 1-1 from Leipold. Swinging chopper down the third base line. Foul, 1-2. Leipold trying to shut down the Blue Jays in order here in the bottom of the first. Bounced in, 2-2. Rand Leipold, a 6-foot right-hander with the 2-2. Rock sends this out. And that one going. Goodbye for Rock Smith. His 7th of the year. Ties this game. That one a no-doubter from Smith. Seventh of the year for Smith, ties this game. Leipold does give up a lot of home runs. That's his 7th homer allowed. Brings up Evan Johnson for the Blue Jays. Batting .286 so far this season. In second place on this team in home runs with 6. Start off with the ball. 2-0 quickly on Johnson. I mean, Rock got all of that one. Easily a no-doubter. North Park outfielders just looked up and Waved it goodbye. This one popped up from Johnson in the infield. And they drop it! So an infield single on some miscommunication from North Park. Evan Johnson gets a base hit. Wind is blowing here today in Elmhurst. Blowing directly out. Looked like a little overrunning from Leipold. And then the catcher, Matuzaki. No one really had a good idea where that one was. Brings up Zach Conrad for Elmhurst. Trying to put some more runs on the board. Been 295 so far. This is his 17th game. Conrad fouls it off third base side, off the dugout. One here in the bottom of the first. Rocksmith, no doubter home run to tie this game. Leipold, the 1-1. In there for a strike, 1-2 on Conrad. One, two from Leipold. Johnson takes off. In there in time. It's a stolen base. Johnson takes off for third. Ball gets away. Rounding third. He's going to be held there. Good heads up base running from Evan Johnson to steal second and then advance to third on the throw. Runner on third. 2-2 for Conrad. Conrad, 12 RBIs coming in today, looking for number 13. 2-2, 2 outs. Bottom of the first. Fouled away. Conrad DHing today for Elmhurst. Looking to give them the lead here in the top of the first inning. Bottom of the first inning, excuse me. The 2-2 from Leipold. In there for strike three. But Elmhurst get one back to tie it up here. We head to the top of the second. 1-1 from Butterfield Park. Top of the second inning here from Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells back with you. And 1-1. All squared away between the Vikings and Blue Jays. And game tying home run in the bottom of the first from Rocksmith. His team leading 7th of the year. This one's fouled away down the first baseline. Smith in coverage. That one out of play. Brings up our Arakaki again. Was at plate to end the first inning after a wild pitch caught stealing to end the top of the first. Strike two from Smith. Going to get back on track. That one shot up the gap into center field. A base hit for the shortstop. So leadoff single for North Park. Brings up Vinny Marvucevic. Lefty on righty against Charlie Smith. Vucevic, freshman from Niles. Went to Niles North. Takes strike one. Marvucevic batting .282 so far. This is his 24th game. Does have a home run on the year. Back pick over to first base. Arakaki back in time. He takes a step back to 1-0. Shot into right field, down the line. Johnson over there in time to make the play for the first out here in the top of the second. Brings up Riley Jepson, hitting 196 this year, playing third base here today for North Park. Shows bunt, pulls it back. And a back pick from a lot over to first base. In there, strike one on Jepson, 1-1. Jepson 12 strikeouts in 49 at-bats. All right, he takes a step off. Back in time. Arakaki only one stolen base attempt so far this year. Was gunned down. 1-1 from Smith, just a little high. 2-1. One out here in the top of the second. Game even at 1-1. 2-1 from Smith in there. Strike two. 2-2 on Jepson. Two from Smith. Popped up, foul. Jepson staying alive here with 2 strikes. Smith walked 3 batters in that first inning. Only gave up the 1 run. The 2-2. Low. Jepson works it full. Smith trying to work around a leadoff single. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Charlie Smith's first strikeout here in the afternoon comes in the top of the second inning for the second out. Brings up Joe Perona. Had a leadoff double in the first inning, came around and scored. The game's only, North Park's only one. Back pick over at first. Ariaki back in time. But Perona, a leadoff double in the first inning, scored North Park's only run. Looking to cause more damage. Benton coming in today, leads North Park in average, takes a strike there. 1-1. 388 average for Perona coming into today. It's looking 541. Pickoff again. Ariaki keeping a close eye at him over at first base. Ariaki, a senior out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Swing and a miss from Perona for strike two. Smith looking in. Kicks, fires, fouled away by Perona. Junior outfielder out of Chicago. Went to Lane Tech. 1-2. Shot sent in center field over Veracruz. A 2-out single puts runners on first and second for North Park here in the top of the second. Perona, a 2-hit day already here in the second inning. Brings up Kawakami, took a walk in the first inning, and then got caught stealing. Junior out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Takes the first pitch strike. Smith trying to work around a leadoff single and then a 2-out single here in the top of the second. The 1-0. In there for strike two. Kawakami already down to 2 strikes. 0-2 on the junior. Smith leads this staff in strikeouts. The 0-2 too high. 1-2. Smith already 1 strikeout in this inning. The 1-2. Swing, grounder to third base, dive, and it's through into the outfield. Arakami rounding third. He's going to score. Back-to-back 2-out singles. Brings home a run for the Vikings. Arakaki running on the hit. Is able to easily score from second. Gives North Park a 2-1 lead here in the top of the second with runners on first and second with 2 outs. Brings it back to DeVito. Flied out to center field in the first inning. Takes strike one. Swing, grounder over to second base. Cervantes fielded, fires. Gets DeVito for out number 3. We head to the bottom of the second inning. North Park up 2-1. bottom two here from Butterfield Park. North Park up 2-1. Here, Leipold back out. I should say Light Dolph back out the pitch for the Vikings. Cervantes sends a ground ball. Ariaki dives, but unable to make the play, so that's a base hit. Or Javier Cervantes. Leadoff single for the Blue Jays. Down 1. Cervantes was batting .227 coming into this game. Gets his first hit here in his first at-bat. Brings up Calvin Keith batting .297 for the Blue Jays so far. Takes the first pitch strike. Keith making his 13th appearance, 12th start for the Blue Jays. Takes another pitch for strike 2. Leadoff fighting back after a leadoff single. One and two on Keith. Cervantes gets his lead over at first base. Lytle kicks, fires. Keith check swing, popped in the air, in fair territory. Just rolled foul. Little excuse me swing from Keith. Right in front of the pitcher, but foul. One, two from Lytle. Keith swings. Chopper over to second base. Runner safe at 2 after a steal from Cervantes. A little hit and run action. Takes away the double play. Ground out to second base for Keith. Is Elmhurst the first out of the inning. Catcher Eric Malott batting 8 today, hitting .228 so far this year. Runner on second base, 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. North Park up 2-1. Leadoff kicks, fires. Malott sends this one into foul territory. First base side. First baseman for North Park almost able to rob that over the fence. That's for Tucci over at first base. Ball just trickled out over the fence and out of reach. The 0-1 on Malott. Elmhurst trying to strike back after giving up another run in the top of the second. Malott fouls this one straight up and back out of play. So 0-2 on Malott. Matsuzaki comes out, have a little conversation. With his pitcher Lytle. O2 on Malott. Lytle kicks, fires. Ball low, 1-2. Trying to bring Cervantes home after a leadoff single. The 1-2. Inside, 2-2. North Park wanted it. Not given ball 2. No walks so far for Lidall. Let's have 1K. The kick expires. Fouled away by Malott. Quality at bat here for Malott. Elmhurst down 1-0. Down by 1 here in the bottom of the second. North Park up 2-1. Vikings coming from just up the road here in the first game of a 3-game series. Lidall fires. Tie. Full count on Malott. They play one today and then a double header tomorrow at North Park. But after falling down 0-2, Malott trying to work something out here. Fouls this one away. Cervantes leading off at second. The full count. Outside, ball 4. Malott works a 1-out walk. Brings up Adon Nieves. Playing center field today for the Blue Jays. Batting in the 9-hole. Hitting .232 so far this year. And runners on first and second. Trying to flip that lineup over. And the first pitch down the first baseline, just foul. Just hit that lip down that right field line between the dirt and the grass. The first pitch swinging. This takes that pitch just inside 1-1. Davis does lead this Blue Jays team, or second on this Blue Jays team in strikeouts with 29 on the year. Taking on the ace of North Park, the 1-1. Bunt. Runner takes off from first. He's gunned down. But Cervantes reaches third on the steal. The Malott thrown out at second on the steal attempt. For out number 2. Light-off, 1 strike away from working out of the inning. 1-2 on Nieves. Check swing. Eddie checked it up. North Park thought he went. And the field ump then said he didn't check his swing. So that's going to be a weird third out here in the bottom of the second. It's going to be a strikeout on Adon Nieves. North Park leads 2-1 heading into the third inning. We'll be right back from Butterfield Park.
sure you catch it. Whoa! Bro! Throw it over his head. That's not a catch. 2-1, yeah. 1 run first inning, 1 run second inning. Oh my god. The demon card from like 2 or 3 years ago. I have nightmares about that card.
The top third here from Elmhurst. North Park leads 2-1. Dawson Wells back with you for some Friday afternoon baseball. Matsuzaki leads it off for North Park. And he sends a shot out into right field. That one is way gone over the fence. Matsuzaki, lead-off home run to give North Park a 3-1 lead. That's Matsuzaki's 7th home run on the year. He leads North Park in home runs. And with the wind blowing out, that wind sure helped that one get out, but that ball was hammered out into right center. Bertucci sends one into left field. That one's gone. And North Park go back-to-back on back-to-back pitches. They take a 4-1 lead. The power has shown up here in the third inning for North Park. Bertucci, that's his 2nd home run on the year and 10th RBI. Smith fights back for ball 1 on Sommerfeld. Got hit by a pitch back in the first inning. And there for a strike, but back-to-back homers for the Vikings on back-to-back pitches has blown open this game. That one too high. Three and one on Sommerfeld. 3-1 from Smith. Too high, ball 4. The first 3 hitters in this third inning have reached for the Vikings. Arakaki lays on a bunt. Malak comes up, fires the first, gets him over at 1. Good play by Malak. Quick thinking. Up out of his stance. Advances Sommerfeld over to second base. Brings up Marvucevic. Wide out to right field back in the second inning. First pitch outside for ball 1. Smith was pitching pretty well, only gave up 2 runs in the first 2 innings on 5 hits, but back-to-back leadoff home runs for the Vikings. Put a dent into his outing. The 2-0. In there for a strike, 2-1. Summerfield on second with 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. North Park up 4-1. Smith, the 2-1. In there for strike 2, and Smith bows back to even up the count. These 2 teams playing here today, some of the bottom pitching staffs in terms of ERA so far this season in the CCIW. 2-2, just low, full count. North Park last in ERA, Elmhurst second to last coming into this afternoon. With the wind blowing out, high scoring affair. The full count outside, ball 4. The 4th walk for Smith. 4 walks, 1 hit by pitch in the outing for Charlie Smith. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Runners on 1st and 2nd. Fights back, strike 1 on Jepson. Jepson struck out back in the 2nd inning. Trying to turn the lineup over for the Vikings. A great double play opportunity for Elmhurst. The 0-1. Just outside, 1-1. Jepson playing 3rd base today for North Park. Senior from Plainfield, Illinois. Went to Plainfield South High School. I went in there for a ball. 3-1 on Jepson. Outside and walks, the bases loaded here with 1 out. Back-to-back walks. And what just happened? Saying the outfield ump looks like he got the count wrong. But still going to be full bases loaded with 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. But it brings up the top of the order for North Park, Joe Perona. 3 home runs. So it was okay. So it was 3-1. Runner stole. third and second. And then on that pitch, Jepson walks.
Redfield #1, Joe Corona.
So after back-to-back walks, load the bases. Brings up Joe Perona. 2 hits so far, 2 for 2, double and a single in the first and second inning. And Perona takes a hit by pitch. That's going to walk in a run for North Park. Sommerfeld scores on the walk. Vucevic over to third base. Jepson to second. Brings up Kawakami. 1 for 1 today, but it's going to be the end of the day for Charlie Smith. After 3 walks in a row. We'll step aside for the pitching change. North Park up 5-1 here in the top of the third inning.
Now pitching for the Blue Jays, #20, Brendan Fleming.
Five one here in the top of the third. North Park blowing this game open here in the third inning with 3 runs. Knocks Charlie Smith out of the game. Brings in Brendan Fleming for his 9th appearance. 4.70 ERA for Fleming in 15 1/3 innings pitched. 8 strikeouts in that time. Most importantly, no walks. Starts Kawakami off with the ball. Kawakami 1 for 1 today with a single and a walk. It's ball 2. Bases loaded, 1 out for the Vikings. Smith playing in at first. Keith halfway at third. Swing and a miss from Kawakami. 2-1. Windy day here in Elmhurst. North Park hitting back-to-back home runs to lead off this inning as Kawakami swings and misses at strike 2. Third homer we've seen today. pitch from Fleming. Shot into center field. That's going to score one. Jepson rounding third. He's held. 2 runners over at third base. Caught in the middle. They get one out at third. Keith. North Park score 2. Perona caught in the middle between second and third. He's out over at third base and down hurt. Mar Vucevic scores on the single. Jepson got to third and then advanced on the throw. Both umpires talking. Elmhurst coach arguing that Perona grabbed Keith at third. Didn't allow him to make a throw home. Either way, on the play, North Park scored 2. It's going to be 5-1. I should say 7-1. Long discussion here on the third baseline. So a 2-run single from Kawakami makes it 7-1 here in the third inning. Runner Perona caught him between second and third on the cut. Thrown out at third. So 2 outs here in the third inning. Brings up Alex DeVito. Takes ball 1. He's 0 for 2 today. Fly out and ground out to second base. Ground ball, first base side. Diving play by Smith. And then beats the runner. DeVito, great play by Smith at the end of the third inning. But the Vikings put up 5 to go up 7-1. We head to the bottom of the third. Elmhurst down by 6. So bottom third, North Park up 7-1 after 2 home runs to lead off the third inning. Turns the lineup over to Brett Vercruz. Oh for 1 today with a fly out to center. Trying to get something going for the Blue Jays. Leadoff is pitched well through 2. Starts off the third inning with a ball high. The 1-0 from Leadoff. Hughes fouls it away down the first baseline. One from Leadoff. Fouled away by Vercruz. 1-2. Leadoff only given up 1 run on 3 hits so far. Struck out 2 batters, no walks. Excuse me, 1 walk for Leadoff. Vercruz sends this one up the middle. Base hit, leadoff single. Big hit from Vercruz to start off this third inning with Elmhurst down 6. Brings up Tommy Wickers. 0 for 1 today as well. So a hot shot back to Leadoff in the first inning. He made a great play. Pickoff attempt for Vercruz back at first in time. Leadoff right around 43 pitches. Another pickoff attempt. And in time grabs Vercruz. Picked off at first. And guns down the leadoff single for the first out here in the third inning. Elmhurst need base runners. You can't afford to get picked off. So 1-0 on Tommy Wickers. 1 out after the pickoff. In there for a strike, 1-1. Leadoff is pitched well, especially when you can get a pickoff. The gun down the leadoff single. That's going to help your case. 1-2 on Wickers with 1 out in the third. One, two. Too high, 1-2. Excuse me, 2-2 on Wickers. Leadoff looking for his third strikeout, the 2-2. Too high, full on Wickers. The 3-2. Shot and diving play by a Rocky to rob Wickers of a hit. What a play by the senior shortstop out of Honolulu. Two great defensive plays here in the third inning from North Park have cut down two hits, really. Two base runners from Elmhurst. With the Vikings up 7-1. Here comes Rock Smith. Hit a homer back in the first inning. That one was long gone out into the center, left center. Looking to cause more damage. 1-0 on Smith. That one's sent down the left field line. That one's gone! 2 bombs for Smith on the day. And he is single-handedly trying to keep Elmhurst in this game. Smith 2 for 2 with 2 bombs. Have a day. It's his 7th and 8th home run of the season today. Makes it 7-2. Rock Smith showing off the power with a 2-out bomb. His second of the afternoon. And Johnson takes a first pitch, hit by pitch. Put a runner on first here with 2 outs. Brings up Zach Connor at DH for the Blue Jays. Struck out back in the first inning. Mound meeting for North Park. Lightoff has been hit pretty hard today, but some great defensive plays have limited runs. Except if your name is Rock Smith, who has hammered 2 no-doubters. For his 7th and 8th home run of the year, both solo shots. Smith has been on an absolute tear so far this season. Coming in today, batting .400. He's gotten his 8th home run here today, 38 RBIs. DH Zach Conrad after a 1-pitch hit by pitch. To Evan Johnson, puts a runner on first here with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. I mean, 9 runs in this game through 3. Conrad sends this one into the sky for out number 3. Ends the third inning. Elmhurst still down 7-2. We head to the 4th here from Butterfield Park. top four here from Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells back with you. North Park up 7-2. Brock Smith is having himself an afternoon. 2 for 2 with 2 home runs. Trying to keep Elmhurst single-handedly in this game. Brennan Fleming back out for another inning of work here. That one, first pitch fouled away. Here's up Matsuzaki, who hit a home run back in the third inning to lead off that third inning. He's another guy with a lot of power, 7 home runs on the year. Hot shot over to Cervantes at second. On the throw run, Smith reaches out. That one out of play. An infield base hit for Matsuzaki. Ark a little slow getting up, grabbing at his left calf.
First base number 19, Enzo Bertucci.
That one E4. A leadoff runner in scoring position for North Park yet again here in the fourth inning. Fleming kicks, fires. Swing and a miss by Bertucci. He was part of that 2 home run third inning. Matsuzaki and Bertucci went back-to-back on back-to-back pitches from Charlie Smith. This one popped foul. Quickly 0-2 on Bertucci. North Park looking for more runs here in the top of the fourth with a leadoff runner in scoring position. Lott and Fleming having a conversation on the mound. The go-to from Fleming, kicks, fires, outside and low, 1-2. Park have very patient at the plate here today. A lot of walks, that one fouled away by Bertucci. Seven walks in 3 innings for the Vikings so far this afternoon. That one strike 3, foul tipped. Now they catch his glove. Bertucci's still alive. Bertucci just getting a piece of that one and popped out of Mallant's glove. Still alive here in the fourth inning with no outs. Runner on second. That one in there for strike 3, and there it is for Fleming. Striking out Bertucci for the first out here in the fourth. Brings up Sommerfeld, who's 0 for 0 so far in this one. Hit by a pitch in the fourth and then walked in the third. They come around to score in that third inning. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1. North Park have scored at least 1 run in every inning so far here today. up 7-2 here in the fourth. I went outside high for ball 2. I mean, trying to work around leadoff error. Out one low, 3-0 on Sommerfeld, trying to get on base for the third time in 3 plate appearances. In there for strike 1. Fleming trying to work back after a 3-0 count. Wind still blowing straight out in the left and center. Swing and a miss from Sommerfeld, and it's full. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Fleming. It's 2 outs here in the fourth. Fleming has worked well when coming out of the bullpen. At a 7-inning outing against Illinois Wesleyan a couple of weeks ago, where he only gave up 1 run in 7 innings. That was a time where Illinois Wesleyan put close to 60 runs up in 3 games against this Blue Jays team. Fleming delivers. Arakaki sent in the second. And off Cervantes' glove. Rounding third, and North Park is going to score. Matsuzaki reached on an error and is going to score on an error. Arakaki reaches on an error. E4. The 2 errors by second baseman Cervantes have allowed North Park to extend their lead. 8-2 here in the fourth. They've put up a run in every inning so far. Marvucevic 0 for 1 so far this afternoon. Sends this one into foul territory. Rock under it and grabs it. We're out number 3. North Park add on another here in the fourth inning. Extends their lead 8-2. We'll be right back from Butterfield Park. Bottom four from Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells back with you for this Friday afternoon Elmhurst baseball. Blue Jays down 8-2. Lightoff has pitched well so far through through three. Brings up Cervantes. 1 for 1 today with a single back in the second. In there for a strike, 1-1 on Cervantes. Ball two. Two and one. 3-1, and Cervantes looking to start off this bottom of the fourth inning with a walk. 3-1 on him. Lightoff has only given up one walk so far. Swing and a miss. Full count. Three 3-2 from Lightoff. Shot into center field. Right at the center fielder. Verona for out number one. Brings up Keith. 0 for 1 today with the ground ball. Or ground out to the second baseman. Back in the second. This one shot to second base. Fielded well and out for out number two. Kawakami easily fielding that one. Brings up Eric Malott. Walked back in the second inning. And was caught stealing, trying to advance the second. I went in for a ball. Start off Malott. Lightoff has only given up 5 hits so far and 2 runs through 3 2/3. And those 2 runs have come off one bat and Rock Smith with those 2 solo shots. Other than that, Blue Jays have had trouble putting and stringing together some runs. Two 0 on Malott. Going inside for a strike, 2-1. Three and one on Malott. Lightoff has only walked one batter so far, struck out 2. Bottom 4, 2 outs. 3-1 to Malott. Swing and a shot sent into left field, going back, and gone! The Blue Jays' 3rd home run of the afternoon. Makes it 8-3. Mott's second home run of the year. All the offense for Elmhurst has come off solo shot home runs. You can see the effect the wind has had so far today, blowing directly out in the left field. Brings up Badan Nieves, struck out back in the second. Whiteoff has given up a lot of home runs so far this year. Coming in today, he gave up 6 and tacked 3 more onto that one. It's given up 9 home runs. Whiteoff has been known to give up the long ball. The 1-0 chopped down the third baseline foul. 1-1 on Nieves. He's playing center field today. That one bounced in there, 2-1. The 2-1 on Nieves. Sent deep center field. Back at the wall and over the fence. Back-to-back shots for the Blue Jays. That one just carried in the wind and snuck over that center field wall. Don Nieves hits his first of the year, brings it back to 8-4. And that's going to knock off Brandon Lightoff after back-to-back shots here in the 4th inning. We'll step aside for the pitching change. Elmhurst down 8-4 here in the bottom of the 4th.
I love when the wind blows out. It's so much fun.
Now pitching for the North Park Vikings, Avion Taylor Joseph, freshman out of Johnson Creek, Wisconsin, making his third appearance so far this season. 6.75 ERA, pitched 2 2/3, giving up 2 earned runs, 4 walks, and a strikeout. Lineup flips over. For Veracruz, fouls off first pitch. Veracruz 1 for 2 today. Single in the third inning, and then picked off by Lytle. The 0-1. Foul tip, strike 2. Freshman on freshman matchup between these two. The 0-2. Over the third baseman Jepson for a base hit. Veracruz 2 for 3 today. 2 singles. Brings up Tommy Wickers. Wickers 0 for 2. Trying to add on some runs for the Blue Jays, down 4. After back-to-back jacks and 3 hits in a row for Elmhurst, but here with 2 outs. Those slides up in the dirt. Veracruz, first step went towards second, but back in time at first. This is a North Park team that gives up 7.66 earned runs a game. That one's high. 2-0. Two out, bounced in there. And a wild pitch lets Veracruz advance into scoring position at second. It makes it 3-0 on Wickers as well. High and away. Veracruz back to second, but 2-out walk on 4 pitches. Puts runners on first and second for Rock Smith. 2 for 2 today with 2 home runs. Leads this team in home runs, in RBIs. Basically every major hitting stat Rock leads in. Takes a heavy swing at the first pitch for strike 1. Leads this team in hits, runs, triples, home runs, RBIs, average, slugging, you name it. Rock probably leads in it. One and one on Smith. Joseph has allowed 2 batters he's faced on. Smith pops this one straight up, 1-2. Joseph trying to get around it. Hot calls time at the plate. Joseph trying to work through. 2-out single and a 2-out walk to put runners on first and second. Now he has to face Elmer's best hitter. It's 2 for 2 today with 2 home runs. 1-2 from Joseph. Low, 2-2. Elmhurst back-to-back home runs with 2 outs. Malat and Nieves go yard. Put 2 on the board for Elmhurst, down 8-4. The 2-2 to Smith. Shot, chopper over to third base. Jepson fires over to first, guns down Smith to end the 4th. But Elmhurst get 2 back, down 8-4. We head into the 5th inning here from Butterfield Park.
We have 4 runs and they're all solo shots. It's ridiculous. And they called up Chandler's the race because the speed. Oh,
Back here in the 5th inning from Butterfield Park. North Park up 8-4. New pitcher for the Blue Jays. Going to be Robert Brenneman, making his 2nd appearance on the season. Has yet to give up a run, 2 hits and a strikeout in his last appearance. Brenneman, a junior from Virginia. 7'6" junior. Right-hander. Fires in and hits the first batter in Jepson to lead off this 5th inning. Brings up Joe Perona, who's 2 for 2 today with a double and a single. Also got hit by a pitch back in the 3rd. So leadoff hit by pitch for the Vikings. I mean, in there with the strike. That one chopped, blooper into right field. Jepson rounding second. He's going to go first to third on that weak single into the outfield. Base hit's a base hit, and Corona's 3 for 3 today. He's reached base all 4 times. Kawakami steps with runners on first and second. No outs here in the 5th. Kawakami 2 for 2 today with the walk back in the 1st and 2 singles. That one bounced in there. Well played by Malat to keep the runner over at first. North Park up 8-4 here in the 5th inning. Elmhurst have hit 4 solo home runs. Runner goes safe at second. The stolen base for Perona. On the strike, Kawakami. Mind 2-0 on Kawakami. That pitch in there for a ball. Runners on second and third here. No outs in the fifth. They're outside, ball 3. Kawakami looking to load the bases here with no outs in the fifth. Three-0 from Brenneman. Not there. A 4-pitch walk. So hit by pitch, single, and then walk. I was loaded the bases here in the fifth inning. North Park is looking to extend their lead. It's going to be it for Brenneman after 3 batters. Unable to get anyone out. We'll step aside for the Elmhurst pitching change. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is going to be Davis Mayfield, making his 7th appearance. Did start 3 games earlier in the year. Not gone very well. 13.21 ERA so far this year. Has given up 23 earned runs in 15 2/3. Struck out 11, walked 9. And he faces a bases loaded situation here in the 5th inning with no one out. Brings up DeVito, who's 0 for 3 today. Takes the first pitch, back pick over at third. Jepson's back in time. Strike 1 on DeVito. DeVito, 4 home runs, 16 RBIs so far. Is coming in today batting .378. North Parks looks to extend their lead here in the 5th. 1, not there. Left on left matchup between Mayfield and DeVito. So senior out of Round Lake, Illinois, the 6'7" senior. 1-1. Base hit down the line into right. It's going to score 2. DeVito, a 2 RBI single. Makes it 1st and 3rd. And 10-4 North Park here in the 5th. Still with nobody out. Jepson scores. Perona comes around to score as well. Kawakami goes first to third. Brings up Matsuzaki. Leads the Vikings in home runs with 7. He's hit 1 already today. Ground ball, third base. Picked up, out at 2. Not in time at first. Off target, scores a run. 11-4 North Park. The fielder's choice for Matsuzaki. Kawakami scores from third. DeVito gunned out at second. It's only 1 out here in the 5th inning. North Park were able to score all 3 runs from that bases loaded, nobody out situation. One on Bertucci, who's hit a home run today, is 1 for 2 with that home run. Also struck out back in the 4th inning. Makes a strike 2. Wind still blowing out straight out to left. One, 2. Yes, he did. Strike 3. For the second out here in the 5th. Tucci, his second strikeout of the afternoon. Brings up Nate Sommerfeld, DH today for the Vikings. Walked twice so far and struck out back in the 4th. So came around to score on a walk in the 3rd. Takes the first pitch in the dirt for a ball. North Park respond to a 2-run bottom of the 4th inning. Put up 3 of their own here in the 5th. 11-4 Vikings. Teams have scored in 2 different ways. Vikings, a lot of contact and a lot of base runners. Elmhurst solo home runs. Back pick over at first. Matsuzaki back in time. 3-0 on Sommerfeld. Looking for his 3rd walk of the afternoon. In there for a 4-pitch walk. Puts runners on first and second here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Arakaki comes up. He's 1 for 3 so far. Had a single back in the 2nd. Reach on an error in the 4th. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Arakaki was hitting 224 coming into this afternoon. As an opportunity for the Vikings to score a couple more. And there, strike 2 on Arakaki. Mayfield trying to get out of this. Has 1 strikeout already here in this inning. Came into a tough situation, bases loaded. Those 3 runs are going to go 2. 2 high. 3 runs go on Brenneman's stat line. Mayfield has yet to give up an run himself. 1 and 2 on Arakaki. Mayfield trying to work out of it. The 1-2. Fouled away off first baseline netting. Hockey made a great play a couple of innings ago at shortstop. Senior from Honolulu robbed Elmhurst of a base hit. The 1-2 from Mayfield. Swing, chopper over his head. Ercus over at short and in time to get out of the 5th inning. But the Vikings add 3 more. It's 11-4 here at Butterfield Park. We'll be back at the bottom of the 5th. Bottom 5th, North Park up 11-4. Dawson Wells back with you here from Elmhurst. Leading off this 5th inning. Evan Johnson 1 for 1 so far this afternoon. A single back in the 1st inning and then a walk, or hit by pitch, I should say. Johnson takes the first pitch in there for a strike from Joseph. Quickly 0-2 on Johnson. Johnson leads this team in strikeouts with 34 so far. Too high. 1-2. Johnson is slugging .516 so far, however, with 6 home runs. He's second on the team in the long ball category. The 1-2. Too high, 2-2. Work the count back to even after starting 0-2. Elmhurst down 7 here in the 5th. I went outside, 3-2. 3 straight balls from the freshman, Joseph. Johnson has worked it full. The left on right matchup. Full count. Fouled away by Johnson. Great at bat from Evan Johnson here. 7th pitch coming up. Shot down the right field line. Diving and caught. Diving catch in right field to rob Evan Johnson of a hit. That's Perona out in right field. And the second diving play from this North Park Vikings defense has robbed Elmhurst of a couple of hits in the last couple innings. Brings up Zach Conrad, 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. Takes first pitch for a ball, 1-0. 1-0 from Joseph. Swing and a miss, 1-1. 1-1 on Conrad. Trying to get something started for this Elmhurst team in the bottom of the fifth. Chopper down the first baseline, little squibber. Joseph slips as he throws, makes the play. Tough play from Joseph. Had to field his own position there. Slipping as he fielded that one. Able to still make the play over at first base. And two great plays here in this bottom of the fifth inning for the North Park to get 2 outs. There's a Javier Cervantes. 1 for 2. Flied out in the center field in the fourth inning. That one inside. Ball 1. Not in there. 2-0 on Cervantes. Other than the 4 home runs Elmhurst has hit so far, no other RBIs. Not a lot of base runners for the Blue Jays so far through 5 innings. But 3-0 here on Cervantes. There for a strike on 3-0. Joseph trying to work through 3 straight balls on Cervantes. The 3-1. Too high, 4-1. Elmhurst get a 2-out walk here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Brings up Keith. 0 for 2 today. 2 ground balls to the second baseman. That one low or a ball. A lot of balls so far from Joseph. Has been fairly accurate, but has gotten 2 outs on 2 great plays by this Vikings defense. 2-0 on Keith. Lights starting to come on. Back pick over at first base. Cervantes back in there. Elmhurst 8 hits in the game so far. 4 of those solo shots. That one high and clips Keith. That one clipped Keith up high and in the head. So Keith, after getting hit in the nose with a ball, is going to come out of this one. Pinch running for him. Nolan Brosna. Brings up Eric Malad, who hit a home run back in the 4th inning over that left field wall. Brief bit of rain in between batters here. Wind has shifted just a little bit, blowing out more towards center now, but still blowing out. Elmhurst with runners on first and second. Joseph's pitch in the dirt for ball 1. That one shot into the gap and down. It's going to score 1. Brosna rounding third. He's going to be sent home. Play at home. Brosna slides in there in time, and he's safe. 2-out double for Malott. Scores 2. Makes it 11-6 here in the 5th. Brings up Adon Nieves. He hit a home run back in the 4th inning. Trying to tack on some more runs for the Blue Jays after a 3-run top of the 5th. That one blocked. Malott stays over at second. Back-to-back walks hurt Joseph here. Looks like it's hurt Elmhurst when they've pitched. Walks hurt. The team's free batters isn't a way to succeed, and we've seen that here so far this afternoon. A lot of walks have come back to bite these teams. This takes that one for ball 3. Rio de Nieves in there for a strike. The 3-1. Taken for a ball. Wild gets past the catcher. And Malott in the 3rd. Turns the lineup over for Veracruz. Runners on first and third. Here are 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Veracruz 2 for 3 so far today. That singles back in the 3rd and 4th inning. Make contact every time. In there for a first pitch strike. That one too high for a ball. 1-1 on Veracruz. Elmhurst down 11-6, have back-to-back 2-run innings. It's still a little drizzling just a little bit. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Rain starting to fall. Lights turned on here at Butterfield Park. Wind shifting just a little bit. Now blowing out to center and right. Ground ball shot up the middle and through. Going to be an RBI for Veracruz on the single. Hot shot over to Arakaki. Nieves reached second base. Elmhurst responding with 3 of their own to make it 11-7 here in the bottom of the 5th. Brings up Tommy Wickers, who's 0 for 2 so far today, but has a walk back in the 4th. Elmhurst starting to tee off on Joseph. Joseph has given up 3 earned runs in an inning worth of work. That one, ball 2 on Wickers. Elmhurst looking for more with runners on first and second, 2 outs. That one bounced in there, and runners are going to advance to third and second. Another wild pitch. The 3-0 Wickers here with 2 outs. Runners on third and second. In there for a strike, 3-1. Elmhurst batting 2 for 5 with runners in scoring position so far. 8 for 12 with 2 outs. And they're going to call a balk on Joseph. Brings home a run. Wow. After the balk, they're going to pull Joseph. So we're going to step aside for this North Park pitching change. New pitcher for North Park. Coming in at a 3-1 count on Wickers. First pitch fouled away, works it full on Wickers. Samuel Jackson making his 9th appearance. 7.83 ERA. The 3-2. Too high, and Wickers works a 2-out walk. Samuel Jackson, a junior from Nashville, Tennessee. Went to Pope John Paul II High School. Brings up Rock Smith, 3 for 2 so far. 2 home runs. Back in the first and in the third, an opportunity to break this one wide open. Awkward swing from Smith there. Tying run is Smith at the plate. Elmhurst down 11-8. Have scored 4 runs here in the 5th inning. Smith has a chance to tie this one up. Takes a pitch inside, 1-1. Elmhurst batting 8 for 12 with 2 outs so far here today. Two and one on Smith. Runners on first and third. Wickers and Veracruz. That one bounced in there. Wickers stays over at first, and it's 3-1. Elmhurst's most dangerous hitter so far this season. Jackson has walked 17 batters in 23 innings. He's also struck out 27. Was a starter earlier in the year, now back in the bullpen. Both teams with 10 hits so far this afternoon. North Park has left 6 on. Elmhurst has left 5. Three-one. Check swing. And he went full count. Full count. Loads the bases with the walk. Back-to-back walks off the hand of Samuel Jackson. Brings up Evan Johnson. Johnson 1 for 2 so far this afternoon. Lined out on a great play earlier in this inning to the right fielder. Looking for a little bit of revenge. Left on right. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Tying run for Elmhurst on first. That one bounced in there, kept in front. Oh, they're going to say it hit him. They're going to say it hit the batter, and that's going to bring home a run. Veracruz scores on the hit by pitch. Wickers over to third. Smith on second. Brings up Zach Conrad here with bases loaded still. Elmhurst only down 2 now. Tying run on second. I went too high. Ball 1. Elmhurst have batted around here in the 5th inning and trying to tack on more. Great opportunity. Jackson in there for a strike, 1-1 on Conrad. Elmhurst have 3 2-out RBIs so far in this one. The 1-1. Conrad fouls it away, 1-2. The 1-2, bases loaded, 2 outs here in the 5th. Elmhurst have put up 5. I've worked this game within 2. Tying run on second. The 1-2 from Jackson. Bounced in there, 2-2. Two. Swing and a miss, and Jackson works out of it. But Elmhurst get 5. But they're down 11-9 here, heading into the 6th inning from Butterfield Park. We'll be right back. The top of the 6th, Mayfield out for another inning of work. Takes on the 8-hole hitter, Marvucevic. He's 0 for 2 today. He's able to get around and score. Back in the 3rd inning on a walk. Mayfield trying to keep this within 2. That one outside. That one shot into right field. Into the corner and off the wall. Marvucevic rounding first, heading to second. Give me held at second, so a leadoff double. And leadoff hitters now for the Vikings, 6 for 6 this afternoon. He's up Riley Jepson. 0 for 1 so far today with Kay back in the 2nd and then back-to-back walks in the 3rd and the 5th. There's pitch in there for a ball. Ball 2 from Mayfield. High-scoring affair here on a Friday afternoon from Elmhurst. Already 20 runs here in 5 innings. Ball 3 on Jepson. Looking for his 3rd walk of the afternoon. 3-0. Too high. Lead off double and then a walk. Puts runners on first and second. Brings up Joe Perona, who's 3 for 3 today. Has reached base in all 4 plate appearances. 2 singles and a double. Also got hit by a pitch back in the third. Mayfield starts him off with the ball. That's 5 straight balls from Mayfield. And their first strike, chopper to Veracruz out short. Makes the play at second, off target. But able to get the runner out at 2. But unable to turn a double play. Runners on first and third here with 1 out in the 6th. Brings up Kawakami. He's 2 for 2 this afternoon with 2 singles. Also has 2 walks. Runners on first and third, an opportunity to bring in a run. One too low in there for a ball. One 0. Outside ball 2. Mayfield struggling to find the strike zone here in the 6th inning. Giving up a double and walked one. Able to get a fielder's choice. I won ball 3, so 3-0. Outside, ball 4. Gonna be meeting on the mound between Mayfield and Malott. Brings up DeVito, 1 for 4 today. Singled in his last at bat in the 5th. In there for a strike. Mayfield trying to work out of a bases loaded situation here with 1 out. That one fouled away. 0-2. Rucevich at third. Corona at second. Kawakami at first. The 0-2. Not just inside, ball 1. 1-2. On DeVito. Two RBIs so far for DeVito. The left-on-left matchup. Mayfield looks in, kicks, fires in the dirt, blocked by Malott. Michael's the replacement for Keith over at third. He's in on the grass. Corners back in double play depth. The 2-2. Fouled away. I'd say middle infield back in double play depth. Michaels in at third. Rock playing back at first. One out, bases loaded here in the top of the sixth inning. Elmhurst down 11-9. Mayfield with the 2-2. Strike three. Gets DeVito. That's Mayfield's second K so far in this outing. Brings up Matsuzaki. 2 for 4 this afternoon with the home run back in the third inning. Reached on an error and a fielder's choice his last 2 at bats. Matsuzaki, 2 runs, 3 RBIs so far. Also had that home run back in the third inning. Leads this team in home runs. Matsuzaki leads the Vikings in RBIs, home runs, slugging percentage. Is third in average, third in hits. Left on left matchup for the junior. All one. Excuse me, Matsuzaki, sophomore at Honolulu, Hawaii, went to Mid-Pacific Institute out there in the island state. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Mayfield looking to get out of this one. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 0-1 on Matsuzaki. Sent into the air. In play. And out. Elmhurst, get out of it. In the top of the sixth inning. Still down 11-9. We head to the bottom on Butterfield Park. Back here at Butterfield Park, Dawson Wells with you here in the bottom of the sixth. Elmhurst down 11-9, but a good chance to add on a couple. Samuel Jackson comes back out. Walked 2 and struck out 1. Last inning to get out of a bases loaded situation. Brings up Javier Cervantes, who's 1 for 2 today. He's trying to walk in his last at bat. The 1-0 on Cervantes inside, ball 2. Two and 1 on Cervantes. Cervantes able to work a walk. His second of the afternoon. Brings up Joseph Michaels, replacing Keith after he got hit in the nose last inning back in the 5th. Michaels sends a shot into the gap, left center field, off the wall. Cervantes rounding 2. And it's going to be a first pitch swinging double for Michaels. Comes in and immediately sends a shot off the wall. That ball was smoked. And immediately the tying run on second base with no outs here in the 6th inning. Brings up Eric Malott, who last 2 at-bats, home run, double. Going to add on more. Tying run on second is Michaels. Cervantes at third. Swing and a miss from Malott, 1-1. Light off the starter for North Park, pitched well. After that, the bullpen has come in and Elmhurst have crushed this North Park bullpen. Joseph came in relief, gave up 5 earned runs in an inning. And Jackson now has pitched a third of an inning and on the doorstep of giving up a couple. That one gets away. Cervantes steals home on the pass ball. Tying run for the Blue Jays on third. It's 11-10 here in the 6th. Michaels advanced to third. It's 2-2. Malott, infield in for the Vikings. No outs here in the 6th. Malott fouls it away. Elmhurst, we're down 7-1 after 3. Malott strikes out for the first out here in the 6th. Brings on Adon Nieves. Hit a home run back in the 4th inning, walked in the 5th. Swings and a miss at the first pitch. Elmhurst trying to bring home Michaels over at third base. He is the tying run in this one. The 0-1. Just outside for a ball, 1-1. Bowman bounced in there, kept in front. Michael stays at third. Elmhurst 3 for 10 with runners on, 2 for 7 when they're in scoring position. Nieves trying to add a couple. Swings and misses at that one, 2-2. After a walk and then a double, Jackson struck out Malott. The 2-2. Outside 3-2 on Nieves. Three-two from Jackson. Inside ball 4. Turns the lineup over. Brett Veracruz, 3 for 4 with 3 singles. Like North Park gonna make a pitching change. Here we'll step aside. Elmhurst down 11-10 here in the bottom of the 6th. Runners on first and third.
On this stat sheet, I have it as 46. There's a 48 as well. I don't know if it changed later on. We have it on 46. There's no 46, so it's weird. Well, if it is 48, he's given up 12 earned runs in 2 innings pitched. To the lefty? I can't tell. Well, he's pitched, I guess, 3 innings. He's given up 13 runs.
Shortstop number 29, Brett Veracruz.
The new pitcher for the North Park Vikings back here at Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells with you in this very close, high-scoring game. 11-10 here in the bottom of the 6th. Elmhurst runners on first and third. Top of the order, Brett Veracruz up to lead off against true freshman Tommy Eck from South Bend, Indiana, making his 4th appearance, and he's given up 13 runs in 3 innings pitched. That one high. Starts Veracruz off with the ball. Eck has struck out 4, walked 4, giving up 12 hits, 13 runs. Veracruz fouls that one away. 1-1. One out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tying run for the Blue Jays on third. Michaels after a double. That one popped straight up over the netting, 1-2. Marsh has never led so far in this one. 1-2 on Veracruz. Outside ball 2. Just 2 for 7 so far in this one with runners in scoring position. Runners are in for the Vikings. Here's the 2-2. Strike 3. Neck strikes out Veracruz for the second out. Brings up Tommy Wickers. Oh for 1 with 2 walks. I say 0 for 2 with 2 walks here in this one. Bottom 6, runners on first and third here with 2 outs. Tying run on third. Tommy Wickers is up for the Blue Jays. Takes first pitch inside. Brock Smith looming on deck. Wickers is the guy you want to get out in this situation. 1-0. Outside, 2-0. On Wickers. Swings, awkward swing at that one, 2-1. Elmhurst 8-13 in this game with 2 outs. Runner takes off from first. Throw down to second. Not in time. Nieves steals second. Puts runners on second and 30 or 2 outs. The 3-1 on Tommy Wickers. Rocksmith looming on deck. Can't load the bases if you're North Park in this situation. The 3-1. Outside, and Wickers works a 2-out walk. Brings up Rocksmith. The 2 home runs so far in this one. Has an opportunity here with bases loaded to add on more. Swings at the first pitch, fouled away. Oh, 1 on Smith. Run, bases loaded. Tying run on third. Go ahead run on second. Smith, hot shot up the middle. Slow chopper, bobbled, and Smith beats it out. Blue Jays tie. Hard chopper, the second baseman, but that play should have been made by Kawakami. Brings up Evan Johnson. Been hit by a pitch twice so far. I went outside for a ball. Elmhurst tied this one and a chance to take the lead, something they haven't had so far in this game. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Nieves on third. 1-0. In there for a strike. Johnson 1 for 2 so far. Got a hit back in the first inning and been hit by a pitch twice so far today. Sends a shot high behind third. Right fielder coming up, left fielder coming on, makes the play, but Elmhurst able to tie this one. Heading into the 7th inning, we're tied at 11. We'll be right back from Butterfield Park. Welcome back to Butterfield Park. Top of the 7th, new pitcher for the Blue Jays, Dawson Wells, back with you. Elmhurst calls on Fox Weymouth, junior out of Great Falls, Montana, making his 11th appearance, giving up 10 earned runs in 9 innings. Has walked 8, struck out 7. He faces Bertucci to start off. Bertucci 1 for 3 today with a home run. That one bounced in there, 2-0. Weymouth trying to hold on to this tie. But Elmhurst has been able to get to this North Park bullpen. For 2 runs last inning, 5 runs in the 5th. This North Park leadoff hitter, 6 for 6 so far in this game, reaching every single inning. Weymouth has started him off 3-1. I went inside, walks. So leadoff hitters 7 for 7 so far. Brings up Nate Sommerfeld. I went in there for a strike to start off Sommerfeld. Elmhurst have not led so far in this game, but tied the game for the first time since really the first inning. "22 runs so far in 6 innings. High scoring affair from Elmhurst. Sommerfeld fouls that one away. One and 2 on Sommerfeld. Weymouth trying to work on work around a leadoff walk. That one hammered into center field in play right at Nieves for the first out of the inning. Hit hard, just not high enough to really catch into that wind that's blowing straight out. Sommerfeld flies out to the center fielder, Nieves. Brings up Arakaki. In there for strike one. Arakaki 1 for 4 this afternoon. One on first, one out. He fouls that one away down the first baseline. Both teams have struck out 5 times. Both with 11 hits and 11 runs. So we're all squared here in the 7th. That one, chopper, right to pitcher Weymouth, bobbles it, and unable to make the play at first. Had the opportunity there. Arakaki running down the line. He's going to reach on the air by Weymouth. Bertucci advances to second on the air. Vucevic steps up 1 for 3 so far. Had a double back in the 5th. That one gets away, and it's going to lead to runners on second and third with 1 out. Both runners now in scoring position. North Park 4 for 14 with runners in scoring position. But I've done well with runners on third and less than 2 outs, 4 for 8. Mart Vucevic trying to add a couple more. Weymouth trying to work around it. Elmhurst in on defense. That one low for ball 2. Two-0 from Weymouth. In there for a strike. One from Weymouth. Shot down the third baseline, and that's going to score 2. It's going to be a double for Marvucevic. And North Park get the lead right back. Up 13-11 here in the 7th. They get 2 of their own on that double. Elmhurst going to make a pitching change. Fox Weymouth going to head out. We'll step aside. Elmhurst down 13-11 here in the top of the 7th. Back at Butterfield Park, one out here in the top of the seventh. Jonathan Boyles coming on for the Blue Jays. Sophomore out of Bolingbrook, Illinois, making his 12th appearance. Giving up 14 earned runs in 18 innings pitched. Struck out 18, walked 7. Now with the runner on second base, down 13-11. Elmhurst just need outs. All right, blooper in the outfield. Gonna score one. And a one-out single from Riley Jepson makes it 14-11. Brings up Joe Perona, 3 for 4 today. Two singles and a double for Perona. Reach on a fielder's choice back in the 6th. The 1-0 in there for a strike on Perona. That one just inside, 2-1. North Park, 13 hits today off Elmhurst pitchers. Scored 14 runs. That one shot into right field. Johnson able to make the play. So 2 outs now in the 7th. Brings up Kawakami. Kawakami 2 for 2 today with 3 walks. North Park continues their hot hitting off runners in scoring position, 6 for 16. That one shot into center field. Nieves back in play for out 3, but out. North Park adds 3 more. It's 14-11, heading to the bottom of the 7th. We'll step aside from Butterfield Park. Bottom 7 here from Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells back with you in a high-scoring game, 14-11 here in North Park. Up, heading into the bottom of the 7th, brings up Zach Conrad for the Blue Jays to lead off this one. 0 for 4 so far. Trying to get his first hit of the afternoon. Hard swing and a miss for strike one. Leadoff hitters for the Blue Jays, 3 for 6 so far today. Trying to make it 4 for 7. Conrad, chopper to third base. Jepson, short pick, great pick by him. Throw a little off target. A little collision over at first base. Throw from Jepson took Bertucci into the baseline. Conrad made contact with him. Rentas steps up with one gun here. He's 1 for 2 so far in this one. First pitch on Cervantes in there for a strike. Worked the back-to-back walks in the last 2 innings. This one fouled away down the third baseline. Quickly 0-2. The 0-2 for Mack. Outside, ball 1. Elmhurst has been able to respond when North Park puts up a couple of runs. Let's see if they're able to do it here in the 7th. 2-2 now on Cervantes. Elmhurst down 3. They've been down or tied all afternoon. Swing and a miss for Cervantes. He strikes out. Quickly 2 outs for the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the 7th. Brings up Michaels, who replaced Keith after getting hit in the face back in the 5th inning. Michaels' first at bat, hit a double off the wall in the 6th inning. That ball in there for ball 1. Chopper over to short and misplayed. Well, Michaels going to be 2 for 2. Arakaki had to go to his backhand side. Took a weird hop on him and didn't bounce as high as he thought it would. So 2-out single for Michaels. Brings up Eric Malott. Struck out in his last plate appearance, but Malott's 2 for 3 today. Hit a home run back in the 4th inning. Starts him out for the ball outside. Swing and a miss from Malott, 1-1. Malott squares up to bunt. It's going to be strike 2 on Malott. The 1-2 to Malott. In there, strike 3. 2 strikeouts from Eck ends the 7th. We had into the 8th, Elmhurst down 14-11. Top of the 8th in this long Friday afternoon game. High scoring. North Park up 14-11. Boyles back on the mound for the Blue Jays. Starts off with DeVito, who's 1 for 5 so far. Start off with a first pitch ball. North Park hitters 7 for 7 in the leadoff spot when they lead off an inning. Each one of them getting on base to start. Trying to make it 8 for 8. A lot of base runners. Going outside, 2-1. The 2-1 to DeVito. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Boyle is trying to set down the first leadoff hitter in an inning from the North Park team. 2-2, check, did not go. Vito works it full. North Park up 14-11 here in the 8th. On Chopper, second base side, Cervantes picks, fires, and in time. And that's the first leadoff hitter cut down North Park. Brings up Matsuzaki. 2 for 5 so far in this one. Hit a home run back in the 3rd inning. Has reached base twice on an error. Starts off, first pitch fouled on the first baseline. One outside, ball 1, 1-1 on Matsuzaki. One from Boyles. Outside, 2-1. That one fouled away, 2-2 now on Matsuzaki. Not there. Full now on Matsuzaki. Elmhurst pitchers have walked 10 batters so far this afternoon. 13 earned runs, only 5 Ks. Also hit 3 batters. That one high into the sky, into left center. Nieves under it makes the play for out number 2.
First base number 19, Enzo Bertucci.
First pitch in there for a strike on Bertucci. Bertucci 1 for 3 so far this afternoon. 2 quick outs for the Blue Jays here in the 8th inning. Down 3 runs on outside. Inside, ball 2. Boyle's trying to get through this inning with 2 outs already. Bertucci, and he hits the batter. 4th hit batter so far.
Designated hitter number 56, Nate Sommerfeld.
4th hit batter in this one by Elmhurst pitchers. Brings up Sommerfeld, who's 0 for 2 so far, but been walked 3 times in this one. It's the 14th free base that Elmhurst pitchers have given up. The 0-1 to Sommerfeld. Bounced in there a lot. Good block from him to keep that in front. 1-1. 1-1. That one sent high into center field. Nieves tracking back under it. And out number 3. North Park strands 1, doesn't score a run. Head to the bottom of the 8th. Elmhurst down 14-11. Bottom 8, Tommy Eck back out for another inning of work. Has done well coming out of the bullpen so far. Has pitched 1 inning, 2 2/3. Only given up 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 3. This is the leadoff hitter for the Blue Jays, Adon Nieves. Swings and misses at the first one. Elmhurst 3 for 7 through the leadoff hitters. This one compared to the North Park team, who was 7 of 8 in terms of leadoff hitters reaching base. Nieves hit a home run back in the 4th inning. Worked a couple of walks and struck out as well. One and one on Nieves. Elmhurst down 3 here in the bottom of the 8th. One outside, 2 and 1. That one's high, 3 and 1 on Nieves. Eck with the 3-1. In there, first strike, full count, 3 and 2. Nieves with the 3-2. That one not in there. Nieves works a leadoff walk. He's a Brett Bear Cruz. 3 for 5 today with 3 singles. The North Park going to make a pitching change. We'll step aside. We'll be right back from Butterfield Park. Welcome back to Butterfield Park. Now pitching for the Vikings, Ethan Condit, in his 12th appearance so far this season. He's given up 14 earned runs, 15 runs in 16 and 2/3. Struck out 24, walked 6, and given up 23 hits. And he's going to take on the leadoff hitter, top of the lineup, Brett Veracruz. 3 for 5 so far today with 3 singles. And he takes the first pitch ball. Don Nieves, leadoff walk for the center fielder. Veracruz now trying to get this Elmhurst offense going again. Nieves sliding back into first base after the back pick. 2-0 on Veracruz. To I 3-0 on Veracruz. That one in there for a strike. Ball gets away on the back pick. And Nieves standing up at second. Matsuzaki throwing that one away on the back pick. Just getting a little too aggressive, trying to get Nieves out. 3-1 to Veracruz. That one too low. Back-to-back walks. Brings up Tommy Wickers. The 11th walk Elmhurst has worked today. Also had 3 hit batters. So 15 free bases for Elmhurst. Runners on first and second. Tying run coming up to the plate here in the bottom of the 8th with no outs. Wickers takes that one low for a ball. One out to Wickers. In there for a strike. Elmhurst today, 12 hits, 11 walks. Led to 11 runs, but down 3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Trying to add on a couple. One not in there. Ball 2 on Wickers. Rock Smith lurking on deck yet again. Rock had a bases loaded opportunity back in the 6th inning. Wickers can get on, potentially another one here. Not in there. 3-1 on Wickers. The 3-1. Sent down the left field line. And fair! Fair ball for Wickers. Scores 1. Veracruz rounding third. He will score. A 2 RBI double here in the bottom of the 8th. Brings Elmhurst within 1. And with no outs, opportunity to add on more. So back-to-back walks. Hurts North Park. Wickers drives them in with a double. Brings up Rock Smith, who's 2 for 4 today with 2 home runs. Rock takes a first pitch, ball. Tying run on second. Go ahead run at home in Rock Smith. No outs here in the bottom of the 8th. That one in there for a strike. 1-1 on Smith. Elmhurst now 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position today. Rock with an opportunity here to drive in another. That one fouled away. Smith just under a 1-2. Reach on an error back in the 6th inning. No out double from Wickers. Scored 2. Brings Elmhurst within 1. Condit trying to get on out. On Smith. Popped in the infield. In the air. Going back. Wind swirling. Here on the infield. We saw North Park drop one earlier in the game. Smith pops out in the infield for that first out of the inning. Brings up Evan Johnson. Right fielder, 1 for 3 today with 2 hits by pitch. Tying run on second. Condit in there with the strike to lead off Johnson. High scoring game here, 14-13, bottom of the 8th inning. That one fouled away by Johnson, quickly 0-2. Johnson's second on this team in RBIs with 30 coming into this afternoon. Has added one more today. Trying to add on another. The 0-2 from Condit. In there for strike 3, and Johnson strikes out. So after back-to-back leadoff walks and a double to score 2, Condit able to retire the last 2 batters. Brings up Zach Conrad, 0 for 5 this afternoon. We're trying to bring home that tying run on second base. Conrad takes that one outside, ball 1. Inside, ball 2 on Conrad. Oh, 0-2 on Conrad. 2 outs here in the 8th. Trying to steal third, and he's able to get there in time. Great steal from Wickers. His 5th steal of the season. Still perfect 5 for 5. And it's 3-0 on Conrad. Now with the tying run at third. In there for a strike. Base hit, scores a run, and ties this game. Elmhurst haven't led all afternoon. 3-1 from Condit. In there for strike 2. So after starting Conrad, 3-0. Condit has fought back to make the count full. 3-2. Chopped down the third base line. Jepson scoops, fires, and gets Conrad out at first to keep the 1-run North Park lead. We head into the 9th. Elmhurst down 1. Top of the ninth inning here from Butterfield Park. Dawson Wells back with you. Jonathan Boyle is back out for another inning of work. Brings up Arakaki 1 for 5 this afternoon. First pitch swinging, pops this one out in the center field. Nieves under it, makes the play. So a quick 1 out here in the ninth inning. Amish need a scoreless inning here to keep it within 1 and for a chance to come back and tie it up in the ninth, then walk it off. First pitch in there for a strike on Vucevic. Strike 2, quickly 0-2. Boyles has pitched well up to this point, 2 innings. He's only given up 1 hit. The 0-2 fouled away. Boyles has only given up 1 hit in these 2 innings of pitch. No runs. Only has hit 1 batter. The 0-2 again. Shot, deep center field. Going back, off the wall, 1 hopper. Marucevic with another double. His second of the afternoon. Excuse me, that's his 3rd double of the afternoon. Brings up Riley Jepson. 1 for 2 today. He's walked twice and struck out once. Boyles gets in the pop-up on the 3rd baseline here. Michaels over, makes the play for the 2nd out. Brings up the top of the order. And Joe Perona, 3 for 5 today. Scored 2 runs, gotten an RBI. Well, starts him off with a strike. Boyles 1 out away from couple scoreless innings. I shut down this North Park offense after coming in the 7th. Quickly 0-2 on Perona. Oh, 2 on Perona. Swing and foul away. Boyles kicks, fires. Perona sends this into right field. Johnson on his horse, able to get over and makes the catch. So we head it into the bottom of the 9th. Elmhurst down 14-13. We'll be right back.